Morning, Your Honor.
For English cards up here. Know anything about the cards, or you don't do that?
We don't typically deal with those. They're usually in that box or out there. Uh, Pasensya po.
Good morning, sir. Are you Jose Perales Amezcua?
Buenos días, señor. ¿Es usted José Perales Amezcua?
Sí,
Yes.
All right. Good morning, and good morning to Madam Interpreter as well, and to counsel and everyone else on the line. All right. So, Mr. Perales Amezcua, this is your initial appearance.
Buenos días, señor Perales Amezcua. El día de hoy es su audiencia por la comparecencia inicial.
And you've been charged with one count of interfering with a judicial proceeding alleged to be an act of domestic violence.
A usted lo acusan por un cargo de interferir con un procedimiento judicial o jurídico que se presume que tiene que ver como violencia doméstica.
You are presumed innocent of that, sir. Anything you say about it could be used against you, and you do have the right to remain silent.
Se presume, señor, que usted es inocente. Todo lo que usted diga se puede usar en su contra y usted tiene el derecho de guardar silencio.
All right. And so I have reviewed the information from pretrial services, and I'm willing to release you on this matter, sir, so long as you have no contact whatsoever with Jennifer Alvarez.
Bueno, señor, yo he leído la información que me proporcionó la agencia previos al juicio y estoy dispuesto a dejarlo salir en libertad siempre que usted me confirme que usted no va a tener contacto de ningún tipo con la señorita Jennifer Álvarez.
Actually, let me ask, so I reviewed the information from the police reports. It looks like you may have an arrangement that allows you to discuss a child in common.
Bueno, acabo de leer el informe policíaco y parece ser que entre ustedes dos ya llegaron a un acuerdo de que sí pueden tener conversaciones, pero únicamente con respecto al menor.
So I am not going to, so my no contact order is total in the sense that you can't have contact at all. But if you need a judge to adjust that in the future, given the child in common, you can do that.
Okay, Your Honor, Interpreter needs clarification on that order before I translate. Can you please repeat that again for me?
Yes, so I am ordering no contact whatsoever today, but if he needs to have contact with his daughter in the future, a judge at a future hearing can make that change.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Yep.
Este juez ordenó que el día de hoy, de ahora en adelante, no puede tener ningún tipo de contacto con la señora. Esto es lo que ordenó el día de hoy. Si usted necesita tener contacto con ella para hablar con respecto a su hija, tiene que pedir permiso a otro juez en otra audiencia.
Okay, so are you willing to follow that condition, sir?
¿Está usted dispuesto, señor, a cumplir con ese requisito? ¿En voz alta?
sí, sí,
Yes.
sí.
Okay,
Gracias.
Then I'm going to release you on your promise to appear, sir. Your next court date is going to be July 28th at 1:30 in the afternoon in front of Judge Million.
Muy bien, señor. Entonces lo voy a dejar salir en libertad, bajo palabra que usted va a regresar y se va a presentar en su audiencia en la corte, la cual acabamos de fijar para el 28 de julio a la 1:30 en frente de una juez que se llama Million.
I'm also ordering that you possess or consume no alcoholic beverages or illegal drugs and that you commit no acts of domestic violence.
También voy a ordenar que usted no puede poseer ni consumir ningún tipo de bebida alcohólica o drogas y que no puede cometer ningún acto de violencia doméstica.
And it's important that you come back to future court dates, sir, because if you do not do that, a warrant will issue for your arrest.
Y es muy importante, señor, que se presente en cualquier audiencia que se fije en la corte, porque si usted no viene a sus audiencias, se puede emitir una orden por su arresto.
Also, trial could go forward in your absence on this case, sir, and if you were convicted at that trial when you did not appear and could not be sentenced within 90 days of that conviction, you could lose the ability to appeal that conviction.
Y también, señor, si se fija una fecha para ir a juicio y el juicio procede, aunque usted no esté presente, porque puede proceder, y usted no puede recibir su condena 90 días después de haber sido declarado culpable, si usted no se presenta, entonces pierde su derecho a apelar esa condena.
All right, thank you, sir. You are excused.
Muy bien, señor, ya terminamos, ya se puede retirar.
Gracias.
Thank you.
And thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, have a great day. I think that's it for Spanish speakers.
Thank you, Your Honor. Interpreter is disconnecting you as well.
Good morning.
Morning.
Please tell me your name.
Alexander Ludwig, no.
No, this is your initial appearance. It's actually a review hearing on it looks like you have an out-of-county matter out of Cochise County, but we set these review hearings just because you have a local matter as well. And so we set these review hearings just to keep tabs on what's going on with whatever you got going on in Pima County, because once it wraps up, it looks like you'll be transported down to Sierra Vista and Cochise County in order to deal with the matter there. So it looks like your local matter is still happening and not quite resolved yet. So because of that, I'm going to set another review hearing for you. It's going to be on the 27th of July. That's going to be at 9 o'clock in the morning, about a month from now. And again, that's just to keep tabs on what's going on here locally. If everything wraps up on your Pima County stuff, you'll probably be back to Sierra Vista by then, okay? Okay. All right, have a good day, sir.
No. That's just regular.
And please tell me your name.
Jeffrey Angelini.
Mr. Angelini, this is your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on a few different things. I'm seeing you on a case out of Pima County Justice Court that alleges that you committed shoplifting, that you failed to appear in relation to a shoplifting case. And that is a case that I'm going to advise you. And everything we're talking about, sir, you do have the right to remain silent. Anything that you say about these matters could be used against you. In just a second. I am going to release you on the Justice Court matter and set your next court date. It's going to be July 23rd at 9:30 in the morning. And that's Justice Court, as I said. ordering that you not go back to the incident location where this shoplifting is alleged to have occurred. Please do not go back there. No alcoholic beverages or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons. And that takes care of that. And then I've got a few files out of Tucson City Court for you. We've got to talk about those. All right, so on those, I'm seeing you on failure to appears in relation to 2 counts of theft, 1 count of prescription-only drug, and 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia. And so on those, sir, if I release you on those matters, will you come back to court? Because you're like right on the cusp of getting held on these cases. And I'm gonna,
Yes, I will.
I'm going to give you a chance today, but I'm telling you, whether it's me or another judge, if you come back on another warrant on all this stuff, you're probably going to be held. So it's kind of like your last chance, all right? So I am going to release you on this matter, sir. And I'm going to set your next court date. It's going to be July 28th. It's going to be at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. You're going to get paperwork that says all this. That's going to be in front of Judge Verena at City Court. So hang on to your paperwork. Please come back to that hearing, sir. It will be done in just a second. I'm also ordering that you not go back to the incident location where those thefts are alleged to have occurred, and that you not consume any alcoholic beverages or illegal drugs. And that should take care of it, other than to let you know, sir, that not only will you get another warrant if you don't come back to court, in fact, you'll get a bunch of them because you got 4 cases total on the calendar today. If you don't come back to court on the city court cases, you could actually go to trial on those cases in your absence. You could be convicted in your absence. And if you were not able to be sentenced within 90 days of that conviction because you didn't show up, then you could lose the ability to appeal your convictions. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. You're excused. Thanks. Have a good day.
Pardon?
All right. I do that to Marty all the time. Morning, sir.
Morning,
You tell me your name.
Andy Barton.
Mr. Barton, this is your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on a couple things. Seeing you on a case out of Pima County Justice Court that alleged that you failed to appear in relation to a charge of driving under the influence. Looks like the incident date associated with that driving under the influence allegation runs back to March of 2018, so a little old. And I'm also seeing you on some cases out of Tucson City Court. There's 2 of them. And those allege that you failed to appear in relation to a possession of drug paraphernalia, a couple counts of that, and then failed to appear in relation to a theft count as well. On all this stuff, sir, you're presumed innocent. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say about these matters could be used against you. As it relates to the Justice Court matter on that failure to appear on the DUI, Judge Cornejo, who's the assigned judge, has asked that I hold you. I was going to do that anyways, but I agree with her, given the age of these cases and the failure to appear history. So I'm going to hold you on a $1,000 cash secured bond, sir. Set your next court date. It's actually going to be tomorrow, so that's the good news. You're going to have a court date real quick. It's going to be tomorrow at 1 p.m. And ordering that you not drive without a valid driver's license, no alcoholic beverages or illegal drugs. In the event that you get out of custody, sir, no driving without a valid license, no alcohol or illegal drugs. And that takes care of the Justice Court matter. We're going to talk about the city stuff real quick, and then you will be done. All right, so on those, I'm going to hold you on a $250 cash secured bond. And I'm going to set your next court date as a video review. That's going to be on the 30th, which is Tuesday. And that's going to be at 1:45 in the afternoon. So if you bond out on that one, sir, you're going to need to come to city court on Tuesday in the afternoon to take care of that. You'll get paperwork that says all this. But on that, I'm also ordering that you not go back to the incident location where these thefts are alleged to have occurred. Again, no alcoholic beverages, illegal drugs. I'm appointing the city public defender to represent you. One thing I didn't do on the Justice Court case, I'm going to go back to it, is I'm going to appoint you attorney on that one as well. I just neglected to do that, so give me 1 second and I'll get that taken care of. Oh, it could be. Let's see. So I am going to appoint Anna Dennis to represent you, sir, on the justice court matter. So her information will be on the paperwork that you get. And that takes care of all of that, except to let you know, sir, that if you don't come back to future court dates, you could get a warrant for your arrest and find yourself in the same seat you're in now. Also, on the city court cases, if you don't come back to court, trial could go forward in your absence. If you were convicted at those trials and could not be sentenced within 90 days of the conviction because you weren't able to be sentenced because you did not show up, you could lose the ability to appeal your conviction. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Have a good day.
Mr. Bennett.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Please tell me your name.
Kevin Bennett.
Bennett, this is your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on a charge alleging two charges. One is out of Saurita that alleges that you, just a second. Matter alleges that you failed to return rented or leased property, and it relates to a U-Haul trailer back from November. You're presumed innocent of everything we're talking about, sir, and you do have the right to remain silent because anything you would say could be used against you. So that's a salary to matter. And then on the justice court matter, it looks like it relates to a failure to appear in relation to a driving on a suspended license allegation. If I release you on these matters, sir, will you come back to court?
I got a probation hold, so I'm not going anywhere.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And I do see that. So in light of that, I am going to impose a $50 bond on the Saurita matter. That'll allow you to get time credit, and I'm going to appoint an attorney for you. It'll be helpful to have one, I suspect, just given, the different moving parts with all this. Just a second. I'm going to appoint attorney Stan Fitzgerald to represent you on that, sir. His information will be on the paperwork that you get. And your next court date is going to be a video review. That's going to be on July 2nd at 3 in the afternoon.
Yeah.
And you'll be seen on, assuming that you're still in custody, which is a good assumption given the probation hold out of Superior Court. You'll be seen on video for that. And you should have an opportunity to meet with Mr. Fitzgerald, meet at least over the phone before that hearing, but I'll leave that up to you and him. So, and I'm going to order that you have in the event that you get out of custody, no contact with the alleged victims on that. So that takes care of that. On the justice court matter, I'm going to hold you on a $50 bond again. I'm going to appoint Anna Dennis as the attorney on that one. Actually, you know what? I'm not going to hold you on that one. Excuse me. That's one ultimately you do, of course, have the right to go to trial in these matters, sir, if you want to do that. But you might be able to get it resolved in the next court date, given that it's a driving on a suspended license allegation. That might be something that the state is just willing to dismiss. I'm not promising that because I'm not the state and I can't make that promise, but they may be willing to just dismiss that. So just it's worth mentioning. And so on that one, I'm going to release you on your promise to appear because you got the hold. You'll still be in custody. Next court date on that's July 23rd, 10:30 in the morning. I'm ordering that you not drive without a valid driver's license. So that takes care of everything you got going on, sir. Just one last thing I just got to tell you. If you don't come back to, if you get out of custody, you don't come back to court, you got to come back, you're going to get a warrant, sir. And so it's important that you come back to court so you can avoid that warrant and avoid getting arrested. All right.
Yes, sir.
Have a good day.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Lewis?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please tell me your name?
Reed Joseph Lewis.
Lewis, this is your initial appearance. So, on a charge alleging that you failed to appear in relation to a shoplifting allegation. You are presumed innocent of that. Anything you say about it could be used against you, and you do, of course, have the right to remain silent. And if I release you, sir, will you come back to court?
Yes, sir.
All right. Really important that you do that because today is an example of what happens when you don't.
Okay.
So next court date is going to be July 21st. And that's going to be at 9 o'clock in the morning in Pima County Justice Court. You're going to get paperwork that has the information on it. So please hang on to it. Remember to come on back on July 21st. I'm ordering that you not go back to the incident location where this shoplifting is alleged to have occurred. No alcoholic beverages or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons, and that will take care of it. You are excused, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hold on. Your Honor, he also has a Tucson City matter.
I'm sorry, he has a what?
Tucson City matter.
Oh, he does. Okay. Do we have a file on him? Or for let's see. One moment. Oh, got it. All right, I found it. Just a second. We'll deal with the city court matter. Welcome back, Mr. Lewis.
Yes, sir.
Time no see. All right, so I also have a file for you out of Tucson City Court alleging a failure to appear and a theft or shoplifting allegation. So on that, sir, again, presumed innocent, right to remain silent. Don't talk about it with anyone other than a lawyer if you get one, because that could be used against you. And so on that, I'm going to release you on your promise to appear on that one as well, sir. Going to set a next court date for you. That's going to be on August 3rd at 9 o'clock in the morning. That's in Tucson City Court. Again, you're going to get paperwork that says this, so please hang on to it and come on back to court. I'm also ordering that you not go back to the incident location where the shoplifting is alleged to have happened, and that will take care of it. One last thing I do have to tell you, though, given that we got a city court case here, is that if you don't come back to court, not only could you get that warrant that I keep talking about, but trial can go forward in your absence on this city court case. If you were convicted at that trial and could not be sentenced within 90 days of that conviction because you didn't show up to be sentenced, you could lose the ability to appeal the conviction. Do you understand that, sir?
I do, yeah.
All right. Have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you.
No.
Morales?
Good morning. Please tell me your name.
Jacqueline Morales.
All right, Ms. Morales, this is your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on a charge out of Marana Municipal Court. That alleged city court, I guess, that alleges that you committed assault alleged to be enacted domestic violence and disorderly conduct alleged to be enacted domestic violence. You are presumed innocent of both of these allegations, ma'am. Anything you say about them could be used against you because you do have the right to remain silent. And so, just a second. And if I release you, ma'am, will you have no contact with a Romeo Howline? I'm probably saying that wrong, but okay. And the reason why I say that is that pretrial services will try and get information from alleged victims before these hearings that help me and other judges make more informed decisions. Part of that information involves them talking to alleged victims. They were not able to get a hold of Romeo. So because of that, they couldn't figure out what he thinks about all this, about having contact with you, your release and so forth. I'm willing to release you. It's just given that I don't know what he thinks about it, I'm ordering that you have no contact with him, and that includes not going to where he lives or works. And it sounds like you're willing to do that. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. So I'm going to release you. Your next court date is going to be July 22nd, 10 o'clock in the morning. And no contact with Romeo. Do not go to their residence or place of work. No alcoholic beverages or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons. And I think I said this, 22nd, 10 o'clock is your next court date. You're going to have information that says all this, including the address for Marana City Court. Head on up there for that hearing, man, because if you don't do that, you'll probably get a warrant for your arrest. You could find yourself in the same seat you're in now, okay?
Thank you for your time.
Yep, have a good day.
You as well.
The work. That's be fair with this.
Good morning.
Morning, sir.
Please tell me your name.
William Eugene Orff Jr., sir.
Or if this is your initial appearance, I'm seeing you on a couple matters. Let's see.
Yes.
Seeing you on a charge alleging that you failed to appear in relation to a trespass allegation.
Yes.
I'm also seeing you on a charge alleging that you committed another count of criminal trespass in the third degree. If I release you on these cases, sir, will you come back to court?
Yes, sir.
All right. Just important that you do that because if you
Yes.
don't, then you'll unfortunately probably find yourself with another warrant back at the jail. And so I'm going to release you, sir. Next court date is going to be July 21st, 9 o'clock in the morning. You're going to get paperwork that says all this.
Okay.
It's going to be at the Pima County Justice Court downtown. I'm ordering that you not consume any alcoholic beverages or illegal drugs. Don't go back to the incident location where these trespasses are alleged to have happened. And that takes care of it. You are excused, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Hey, Chris.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Please tell me your name.
Nicholas Central Weathington.
All right. Mr. Wethington, this is your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on a charge alleging that you failed to appear in relation to a driving under the influence allegation. You are presumed innocent of that. Anything you say about it could be used against you. That driving under the influence allegation relates to an incident that's alleged to have happened almost exactly 2 years ago on June 8th of 2024. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to release you on this matter, set a next court date for you. It's going to be on July 1st, so that's next Wednesday at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. That's going to be in front of Judge Foster in Justice Court. Are you willing to come back to that court date, sir?
Yes.
All right. And so it looks like you have an attorney, Christian Salter. Is he somebody you've worked with before, sir?
I have because I've been in both actual both of the court
Okay.
systems,
Okay.
and so yeah.
Okay. All right. That's fine. So I'm appointing Christian Salter to represent you, sir. He's going to be your attorney on this matter while I am releasing you, given the nature of the driving under the influence allegation and what I suspect is the fact that you probably had him as an attorney in the past. I'm reappointing him in this case. I'm also ordering that you not drive without a valid driver's license, so please don't do that. No alcoholic beverages or illegal drugs. And like I think I said, you got to come back to court, sir, because if you don't do that, you're going to get another warrant. You're probably going to get arrested again, find yourself in the jail. You may not get released that time, okay?
Yep.
All right, have a good day, sir.
You too.
Travis. That's very correct.
Good morning.
How you doing, Judge?
Fine, fine. Could you please tell me your name?
Lakeith Shamar Adams Jr.
All right, Mr. Adams, this is your initial appearance. I am seeing you on a charge that alleges that you failed to appear in relation to a criminal trespass in the third degree and a drug paraphernalia count. If I release you, sir, will you come back to court?
Yes, sir.
All right, so that's what I'm going to do. It's important that you come back because, today's an example of what happens if you don't. And so I'm going to set your next court date. It's going to be July 28th at 9 o'clock in the morning. That's going to be in Tucson City Court in front of Judge Bond. You'll get paperwork that says all this information, sir. I'm ordering that you not consume or possess any alcoholic beverages or illegal drugs. Do not go back to the incident location where this criminal trespass is alleged to have occurred. And that takes care of it. I just got to tell you one last thing. Not only could you get a warrant if you don't come back to court, sir, but trial could actually go forward in your absence. They could take you to trial without you being present in the courtroom. And if you were convicted in that manner and couldn't be sentenced within 90 days because you weren't there to be sentenced, you could lose the ability to appeal your conviction. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. You're excused. Should be out of the jail in a couple hours.
Judge, can I say one thing?
Sure.
I went to court Wednesday and they gave me a court date for Friday. I seen a different judge. Do I still have to go to court Friday or just go to court on the 28th?
I would say go to court on Friday. I don't think I saw you on that matter today.
I was a different judge.
Right, gotcha. Okay, so that confirms for me that you would need to go see, you would need to go to your court date on Friday. So I'd show up for both of them. All right, have a good day, sir. Good morning.
Good morning.
Please tell me your name.
SD Alvarez.
All right, Ms. Alvarez, this is your initial appearance. I am seeing you on a couple things. I'm seeing you on a charge alleging that you failed to appear in relation to a driving under the influence allegation, and then also failed to appear in relation to a possession of drug paraphernalia allegation. And on all this stuff, you are presumed innocent. And if I release you, ma'am, are you willing to not only come back to court, but not drive without a valid driver's license and do not consume any alcoholic beverages or illegal drugs? You willing to do all that?
Yes.
All right. So given that you're telling me you're going to do that, I am going to take a chance and release you. I'm going to set your next court date. It's going to be o'clock in the morning. You'll get paperwork that says all this. It's going to be for a pretrial in Tucson City Court. You're released, but again, you cannot drive without a valid driver's license. Do not consume any alcoholic beverages or illegal drugs. Given the nature of the charge that's involved here, ma'am, I'm appointing the city public defender to represent you. And so you'll have, all this information on paperwork that you get. And you'll get a warrant for your arrest if you don't come back to court. So please come back to court. Also, on these two city court cases, they could actually take you to trial in your absence. You could be convicted without being there if you didn't show up for your trial. And so it's important that you do that. And not only is it important, but if you didn't show up for your trial and you didn't show up for sentencing, couldn't be sentenced within 90 days, you'd lose the ability to appeal your conviction. Do you understand that?
Yes.
All right, thanks. You're excused.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Ms. Baumgartner?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Please tell me your name.
I'm Nathan Baumgartner.
All right, Mr. Baumgartner, this is your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on charges alleged that you committed disorderly conduct alleged to be an act of domestic violence. You are presumed innocent of that. Anything you say about it could be used against you, and you do have the right to remain silent. If I release you, sir, are you willing to have no contact whatsoever with Peyton Thompson?
Yeah.
Okay. And that includes not going to his residence or the incident location. It sounds like you might be roommates.
Yeah.
So what you can do, what I'm allowing you to do is I'm checking a box on your paperwork, and this is a fairly common thing that allows you to go back to the shared residence one time with law enforcement to retrieve any personal belongings that you need to get. Do you understand that, sir?
Yeah.
Okay, so basically the process and what you would want to do is you would want to either go to a Tucson Police Department substation. There's 4 of them around town. You can go there and just walk in and say, hey, I got released, but I have a condition. I can't go back unless there's an officer with me. Can somebody go with me so I can get my stuff? That's option 1. Another option is probably to call the non-emergency line. Don't call 911 for this, but call CPD's non-emergency line and ask them about it that way. That is the way that you'd get that officer to go with you. And so I'm also ordering that you possess or consume no alcoholic beverages or illegal drugs, commit no acts of domestic violence. And given all of that, sir, I'm going to release you. You'll be out of the jail in a couple hours. Your next court date's going to be July 31st, 9 o'clock in the morning. And one last thing for me is that you got to come back to court, because if you don't, you're going to get a warrant for your arrest. So that's number 1. Number 2 is that they could actually take you to trial on this matter. And if you didn't show up for trial because you didn't come, then you could be convicted in your absence. And if you couldn't be sentenced within 90 days because you didn't show up, then you could lose the ability to appeal that conviction. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes.
Okay.
I have just one question.
Sure.
Because I'm paying rent there and I have animals there, do I have to just go through that process of moving all of that out at that time?
Yes, unless and until a judge changes that condition in the future for today's sake, and until a judge says differently in the future, if they do, you would need to vacate the premises, get your animals. You can do all that with the officer, but as far as like, you know, still being obligated to pay rent, that's a separate issue. You know, it's just a separate
Yeah.
issue.
Yeah, that's not what I understand. Thank you.
Okay, you got it. Have a good day.
Yeah, sweet.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Please tell me your name.
Nicholas Dow,
Dow. Oh yeah,
NICHOLAS.
with you. All right, and Dow, like the stock marketplace.
Yes, sir.
All right. All right. So this is your initial appearance, sir, and I'm seeing you on 3 charges: 1 count of assault, 1 count of criminal damage, 1 count of interfering with a judicial proceeding. All 3 counts alleged to be acts of domestic violence. On all 3 of those matters, sir, you're presumed innocent. Anything you say about him could be used against you, and you do have the right to remain silent. So I did have an opportunity to review the information from pretrial services before we started talking, and I'm going to hold you on a $500 cash secured bond on this matter. And I'm also going to make some additional orders. That's going to be that you possess or consume no alcoholic beverages or illegal drugs, no acts of domestic violence, that you not possess any weapons. That includes surrendering any weapons that you may have to the Tucson Police Department within 48 hours of your release if you do get out of custody. Have no contact of any kind with Natalie Bissol. I'm probably saying that wrong, but Natalie. Do not go to the victim's residence or incident location. Is that a shared residence, between the 2 of you?
No, sir.
All right. So I'm also going to appoint the city public defender's office to represent you. So you're going to get paperwork that has all this information. Your next court date is going to be on Wednesday at 1:30. That's July 1st, 1:30 in the afternoon in front of Judge Million. And at that time, you will learn more. You'll probably have a chance to meet with your attorney before that. But if you're out of custody, sir, you have to come back to that court date, because if you do not come back to that court date, you're going to get a warrant for your arrest. And they could actually take you to trial in your absence on this matter if you were convicted in this city court case because you didn't show while you were not there because you didn't show up. Then you could lose the ability to appeal your conviction if you could not be sentenced within 90 days. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you, as well. Thank you.
Charlie?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Please tell me your name.
Jake Starling.
All right, Mr. Starling, this is your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on failures to appear in 5 different Tucson City Court cases, alleging failures to appear in relation to 4 counts of criminal trespass in the 3rd degree, 1 count of criminal damage, and 1 count of drug paraphernalia, possession of drug paraphernalia. And so on all these matters, sir, you are presumed innocent. Anything you say about him could be used against you, and you do have the right to remain silent. I am going to hold you on a $250 cash secured bond, and I'm going to order that you not possess or consume no alcoholic beverages or illegal drugs. Do not go back to the incident locations where these criminal trespasses are alleged to have occurred. I'm going to appoint the city public defender to represent you, sir. And I'm setting your next court date. It's going to be on June 30th. That's June 30th, next Tuesday at 1:45 in the afternoon. It's going to be in front of Judge Hale. And so if you do bond out, sir, if you post that $250 bond, then you must come back to court, because if you don't do that, you're going to get a warrant for your arrest and could find yourself in the same seat you're in now. Another thing is that they could actually take you to trial on these 5 cases in your absence. And if you were convicted at trial and could not be sentenced within 90 days because you weren't there for the trial or sentencing, then you could lose the ability to appeal the convictions. Do you understand, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. You're excused.
Mr. Steve?
Good morning, sir.
Um,
Could you please tell me your name?
Steve.
All right, Mr. Steve, this is your initial appearance, and I'm seeing you on charges alleging that you failed to appear in relation to 2 counts of theft, 1 count of criminal trespass, and 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia. These charges are spread across 3 different cases. And so, sir, this is a close call for me, but if I release you, will you come back to court?
Yes, I will.
Right, you got to do that, because you're seeing today what happens when you don't come back to hearings. You get a warrant, and then things usually go downhill from there. So I'm going to set your next court date. It's going to be on August 3rd at 9 o'clock in the morning. You'll get paperwork that says all this. And you're going to be released on your promise to appear so long as you possess or consume no alcoholic beverages, no contact with of any kind with any victims of these. Scratch that. Do not go to the incident location where these shopliftings are alleged to have occurred. And that takes care of it. Other than not only could you get the warrant if you don't come back, but on these city court cases, you could be taken to trial. And if you were convicted at trial without being present because you didn't come back to court, then you could lose the ability to appeal the convictions if you couldn't be sentenced within 90 days. You understand that, sir?
Yes.
All right, thank you. You're excused.
Ms. Velasquez?
Good morning, ma'am.
Hello, good morning.
Please tell me your name.
Maria Velasquez.
All right, Ms. Velasquez, this is your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on 2 charges at a Tucson City Court. One alleges assault. The other alleges disorderly conduct. Both are alleged to be acts of domestic violence. You are presumed innocent of both of them. Anything you say about them could be used against you, and you do have the right to remain silent. So if I release you, ma'am, will you do the following? And then I'll ask you whether or not you're willing to do it at the end. Are you willing to not possess, consume any alcoholic beverages or illegal drugs, commit no acts of domestic violence, have no contact with Mr. Rodriguez, Ulysses Rodriguez, and that includes not going to the residence or incident location? You willing to do all that, ma'am?
Yeah,
Okay. And is that a shared residence between the two of you?
not at the moment.
Okay. So let me ask you that question another way. Do you have belongings at that residence that you would need to get?
Yes.
Okay. So what I'm doing is I'm checking a box. It'll be on the paperwork that you get that allows you to go back one time with law enforcement to retrieve any belongings that you need to get. So I am checking that box. So if you got stuff there you need to get, you can do it. You just have to have a Tucson Police Department officer accompany with you just to make sure everything stays cool. And let's see. For what it's worth, Mr. Rodriguez was spoken to. He does not oppose your release from custody. He just wanted no contact. So don't have any contact with him, as I said. A couple things from me, and then we'll be done. First of all, your next court date's July 28th at 1:30 in the afternoon in front of Judge Millian. I think I might have said that already. Another thing is that if you do not come back to future court dates, then you're going to get a warrant for your arrest. That's number 2. And number 3 is that trial could actually go forward in your absence. If you were convicted at that trial and could not be sentenced within 90 days of that conviction because you didn't show up for the trial or for sentencing, you could lose the ability to appeal your conviction. Do you understand that, ma'am?
Yes.
All right.
Well,
Go ahead.
I have a question.
Yeah,
Will I be notified about the trial?
Yeah. Yes. So that's why it's important to come back to your court date, okay? Because the next court date is July 28th, as I said. There won't be a trial set until at least the 28th. When I say at least, that means at that hearing, if you show up and you say, you know what, I don't want no plea agreement. I want to take this case to trial. I want the state to prove it, whatever. At that hearing, they would set a court date after that, sometime in August or September. You'd be provided notice of that court date, when the trial is going to happen and all that good stuff. And then at that point, if you didn't come back to the trial date, then it could go forward without you being there. But so long as you come back to court, there won't be any surprises in terms of when the trial gets scheduled. Okay?
Okay.
Thanks, you. Have a good day.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, could you please tell me your name?
Natalie Basul.
All right. Just a second. Okay, so Ms. Basol, this is your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on a charge that alleges that you interfered with judicial proceedings. It's alleged to be an act of domestic violence. And you are presumed innocent of that. Anything you say about it could be used against you, and you do have the right to remain silent. I am going to hold you on a bond of $500 cash secured on this matter, and additionally order that you possess or consume no alcoholic beverages or illegal drugs, commit no acts of domestic violence, possess no firearms or weapons, have no contact of any kind with Nicholas Dow, and that includes not going to his residence or place of, or the incident location where this happened. Is that a shared residence between the two of you? I think the answer is no, but
No, that's my house
okay.
that he was at.
Right, but he's not. So I just saw him like 15 minutes ago, and it's important that you. I mean, so here's the deal: you both can't be in the same place at the same time. All right, so that's
Yeah,
basically.
he doesn't live there.
Okay. All right. So that's what I needed to hear. So don't go to wherever he does live. You're not allowed to go back there. Okay. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right. And so that takes care of that. Your next court date is going to be in front of Judge Million, and it's going to be on July 28th. That's going to be at 1:30 in the afternoon. And a couple of things, and then we're done. First of all, you're going to get paperwork that says all this. So I've said a lot, but it'll be marked on the sheet you get. You got to come back to your future court dates, man, because if you don't do that, you're going to get a warrant for your arrest. You could find yourself back in the same seat you're in now. That's number one. Number two, on this matter in your absence, if you were taken to trial on the city court case because you didn't show up in a circumstance where you did not show up for trial, you could be convicted in your absence. And if you didn't show up for sentencing within 90 days of that conviction, you could lose the ability to appeal the conviction. Do you understand?
I understand.
All right. Thanks. You're excused.
I have questions. I don't ask you, right?
Yeah.
I do ask you? No, okay.
Yes.
Yes. Right there.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Please tell me your name.
Simon Sheikh.
All right, Mr. Shege, this is your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on one count alleging that you committed child abuse. You are presumed innocent of that, sir. Anything you say about the matter could be used against you, and you do have the right to remain silent. You do also have the right to the assistance of an attorney, and I'm going to appoint the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you. You have an attorney seated to your left, and sir, at the jail, the attorney, what's your name?
Brian Finchek, Your Honor.
All right, say your last name again.
Finchek, F-E-N-C-H-A-K.
Got it. Thank you. All right, and so you do have the right to be represented by an attorney. The public defender's office is going to be that attorney. You have an attorney seated to your left that's going to help you out this morning. And in order to prepare for this hearing, I did review the information from pretrial services, the information in the interim complaint, and the state's recommendation, which is that I hold you on a $10,000 cash and secured bond. And Mr. Kaler, anything further you'd like to add?
Your Honor, I do acknowledge that Mr. Chege does not have any prior criminal history, and there was no apparent injury to the victim in this case. Your Honor, it is a concerning allegation that the child was left in the car, and that is a serious risk to the child's safety. For that reason, Your Honor, we are recommending a bond.
All right, thank you very much. And counsel?
Yes, Your Honor. I think a $10,000 bond is inappropriate in this situation, and I think there are a number of mitigating circumstances that support that. First of all, no prior issue. This is not a mile-long rap sheet. This is someone who's at his very first encounter with the justice system. He's 43 years old, so there's a history of peaceful behavior. Two, on the pretrial services report, he's listed as a 1 on the FTA and NCA scales. That means that's their lowest level of concern. And I'd also like to point out to the facts presented in this particular case. Mr. Shea went out to the car to check on his child very quickly, and then observed mild sweating, which the state characterizes as observed adversely affected by the heat. Sweating is not being adversely affected by the heat, Judge. And then, as the facts also indicate, he then returned to the store to get his wife to go back to his child. Those facts do not suggest dangerous behavior. That suggests an individual who cares about his child. Furthermore, Judge, this gentleman is verified employed as a special ed teacher. He has residence. He's also welcome to return to his home, welcome for the contact, and his defendant's wife does not object to the defendant's release. So again, we're talking someone who consistently cared about the child, check on him, has no prior record, has established work history, and is welcome back at home. I think this is more appropriate for a release to pretrial services, Your Honor.
All right, thank you very much. The court does have, while I think reviewing the interim complaint, the court does believe that Mr. Shege was not aware of the risk associated with leaving the child in the car, and is probably learning a lesson out of this while he's presumed innocent, and nobody's assuming any guilt as far as that's concerned. The court does have serious concerns about the allegations involved. This is not what happened in this case, thank God, but there have been circumstances in this community and others where children will die in relatively short periods of time when they're left in cars in this manner. For that reason, I will not give the state the $10,000 bond that they're asking for. I'm going to impose a $5,000 cash secured bond, and I'm going to set the next court date as a preliminary hearing. That's going to be on July 6th at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. And that is going to be in Green Valley Justice Court. I'm also ordering, sir, that you possess or consume no alcoholic beverages or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons. Again, the public defender's your attorney, sir. Really important that you come back to future court dates, because if you do not do that, you're going to get a warrant for your arrest. You'll find yourself back in custody. I am also appointing you're going to be supervised by pretrial services if you post that bond and you're out of custody. Okay, sir? Do you understand all that?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, sir. Have a good day.
Everybody.
Good morning, sir. Could you please tell me your name?
Lael T. Guzman.
All right.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. All right. So this is your initial appearance. And counsel, do you waive reading?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So I'm seeing you on 3 different charges. The attorney seated to your left can indicate what they are. He knows what they are. And so on all these matters that we're going to talk about, sir, you do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say about these matters could be used against you. And you are presumed innocent. I think I said that. So in any event, you also have the right to be represented by an attorney, and I'm appointing the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you. In order to prepare for the hearing, I've reviewed the information from pretrial services, the information in the interim complaint, and the state's recommendation, which is that I hold you on a $25,000 cash or secured bond. Mr. Taylor, anything further?
Your Honor, other than the concerning nature of the allegations in the interim complaint, nothing further.
Thank you. And counsel?
Yeah, Your Honor, even though the state says there's concerning natures, the pretrial service report listed on the NCA and FTA scale as both a 2, which again is the lower end of the spectrum for concern. There's no prior felony history. And also, Mr. Guzman has lived in Arizona for 6 years. And his mother's indicated she's willing to take third-party custody of Mr. Guzman and is willing to transport to future hearings. He's also employed as a part-time cook. We're seeing a stable housing, a stable job, no dangerous history, and then pretrial services assessment of low risk. So the state asks either for release to pretrial services, but if you're not inclined to that, a lower bond than what state demands.
All right, thank you. The court is going to impose a $15,000 cash secured bond. And with release to pretrial services, if you post that bond, sir, Setting your next court date, it's going to be a preliminary hearing on Monday, July 6th. That's at 1:30 in the afternoon. Again, your attorney is at the public defender's office, so please stay in contact with them about that preliminary hearing court date it just set. They can talk with you more about that. Ordering that you have no contact with the alleged victim. Do not go back to the incident location where this is alleged to have happened. And also that you possess no alcoholic beverages or illegal drugs and no firearms or weapons. One last thing for me, and then we're done, is that you got to come back to future court dates, sir. If you don't do that, then a warrant's going to issue for your arrest. You could find yourself back in custody. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
All right,
Yes,
thank
Your
you.
Honor.
You're excused. Thank you.
So,
Yeah.
Essentially, next year is on July 6th. So I'm being referenced to. You can post this bond for.
Felony, you gonna stand up?
You're studying.
Felony line, stand up.
Bond. Be released to control the process. Next year, July 6th, that one. So I'm being held that it's unless you. This power. Unit. Search on your open. Oh. You can't tell me how. Yes. We'll talk to them. But okay. So this I don't get it. Like
You're on mute at the jail, so you might want to mute over there.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah.
I apologize, Your Honor.
Yeah, no problem.
Counsel, you know?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Adams, go ahead, let's suspension.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Just tell me your name.
Brandon Adams, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Adams, this is your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on a couple counts, both of which allege aggravated assault, one count of aggravated assault, deadly weapon instrument, one count alleging aggravated assault, temporary but substantial disfigurement. Both are alleged to have happened, let's see, on June 14th. And you're presumed innocent of all these allegations, or anything you say about them could be used against you, and you do have the right to remain silent. You also have the right to be represented by an attorney. I'm going to appoint the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you. And in order to prepare for this hearing, I review the information from the interim complaint, the state's recommendation, and pretrial services. The state is recommending a $30,000 cash secured bond. And Mr. Taylor, anything further?
Your Honor, I believe Mr. Adams is on probation in 2 cases. I don't know if a hold has been confirmed at the jail.
And jail, do we know if a hold is in place?
At this time, no, Your Honor.
All right, thank you very much.
So, Your Honor, given there's an injury during this incident and that Mr. Adams assaulted the victim with a shovel, and the prior felony history that Mr. Adams has, I believe the $30,000 bond is appropriate.
All right, thank you very much, counsel.
Yes, Your Honor. I think the $30,000 bond is excessive. I would like to point this court's attention to the NCA and FTA scale indicators of a 3, which is at the mid-level, and not nearly big or concern. Mr. Adams is employed full-time as a general manager. He has established connections to the Tucson community. He has a residence. He's fully employed. His broker is willing to provide transportation to future court proceedings. Accompany that with the scale of a 3 on the failure to appear scale, I think we see an individual who's able to return to court when needed, as well as, instead of being a burden on the state and being held, can be working full-time and contribute. So we ask for either release to pretrial services or a significantly lower bond than $30,000.
All right, thank you. The court is going to impose that $30,000 bond based while you're presumed innocent, sir. The allegations of the new arrest are concerning the manner in which the victim is alleged to have been assaulted, concerning where he was assaulted, concerning the fact that you appear to be on probation in 2 different felony matters, also concerning. For all those reasons, $30,000 cash secured bond, sir. If you post that bond and happen to get out of custody, court's ordering that you report to your probation officer within 48 hours of release from custody. So I'm including that in here. Also, that you consume no alcoholic beverages or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons. and have no contact of any kind with the alleged victim. Your next court date is going to be a preliminary hearing. That's going to be on July 6th at 1:30 in the afternoon. So it's important that you stay in contact with your attorney at the public defender's office because they can talk with you more about the preliminary hearing and all that stuff, what's happening and so forth. One last thing is that you got to come back to future court dates, sir. If you don't come back to future court dates, a warrant could issue for your arrest. You could find yourself back in custody. All right. You're excused, sir. Thank you.
Robert? All the reps.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Please tell me your name.
No, Michael Brothers.
Mr. Brothers, this is your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on charges alleging that you possessed drug paraphernalia and that you possessed a dangerous drug. You are presumed innocent of both of those allegations. Anything you say about these matters could be used against you. And you do have the right to remain silent. Let's see here. You also have the right to be represented by an attorney. I'm appointing the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you, sir. And in order to prepare for this hearing, I reviewed the information from pretrial services, the information in the interim complaint, the state's recommendation, which is that I hold you on a $500 cash secured bond and set a steps court hearing. The court notes that you do show as a 6 out of 6 on the failure to appear scale, according to pretrial services. Mr. Kaler, anything further?
Your Honor, it appears that Mr. Crothers just completed parole on a violent offense in April. So, Your Honor, given that and the failure to appear arrest, I believe some sort of bond is appropriate.
All right, thank you very much.
Your Honor, because Mr. Crothers is steps eligible, he's have connections to the community, we would ask for a lower bond than $500.
Right. I am going to impose that $500 cash secured bond. And a couple things. So, first of all, I'm ordering that you not consume any alcoholic beverages or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons. And you're going to be supervised by pretrial services if you post that bond. I'm setting a preliminary hearing that's going to be on Monday, July 6th at 1:30 in the afternoon. And also, sir, it looks, we keep talking about this steps thing, Mr. Crothers, and I just want to talk with you about that for a moment. It looks like you might be eligible for a program called STEPS. So STEPS is a good opportunity, assuming that you're eligible for it, in the sense that it would give you a way to have this entire case dismissed before you get indicted, let alone convicted. Assuming that you're eligible for it, you'd earn that dismissal by agreeing to participate in some drug treatment. And if you complete the drug treatment, the case goes bye-bye. It gets dismissed. You don't need to make a final answer on that today, sir, but are you interested in learning more about that opportunity?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so I'm going to set what's called a steps court date. It's going to be on July 2nd. That's going to be Thursday, July 2nd, 9 o'clock in the morning. And that's going to be in front of Judge, I'm actually not sure. It's going to be in Superior Court. I'm not sure which judge will be handling it that morning because the usual judge is going to be out that day. But it's 9 o'clock in the morning next Thursday. And so if you're out of custody, sir, it's important that you come back to Superior Court and attend that hearing so you can learn more about the STEPS program. And if you're eligible for it, sign up if you want. And also just stay in contact with your attorney at the public defender, because if you don't come back to future court dates, you could get a warrant for your arrest. All right. You're excused, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Dawson?
Good morning.
It's something.
Well, yeah. Are you Mr. Is it D'Artagnan Dawson?
Yes, thank you for saying that correctly.
Yeah, no problem. It's an interesting, that's Shakespeare, right? Something. Where's it?
The Three Musketeers.
There we go. Sorry, I should know better. All right. So good morning to you, sir. This is your initial appearance. And you've been charged with account of discharging a firearm within the city limits, endangerment, discharging a firearm at a non-residential structure. On all these charges, sir, you're presumed innocent. Anything you say about these matters could be used against you. And you do also have the right to remain silent. You also have the right to be represented by an attorney, and I'm going to appoint the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you. And you have an attorney seated to your left. He's going to help you out for this morning's sake. In order to prepare for this hearing, I reviewed the information in the interim complaint, the information from pretrial services and the state's recommendation, which is that I hold you on a $25,000 cash secured bond. Mr. Kaler, anything further?
Your Honor, I'll just note that the concerning nature of the allegations, and that while no one was in the direct line of fire, it appears here, it appears that the discharges into the structure were calculated to intimidate the victim and the victims, and were the result of a prior altercation. So, Your Honor, I think a bond is appropriate given the use of a firearm in this manner.
All right, thank you very much, counsel.
Your Honor, I think there are several mitigating factors that should be taken into consideration when you're ruling on this matter. First of all, Mr. Dawson's lack of felony history, his established roots in the community. His mother's also willing to take third-party custody of him and ensure transportation to future proceedings. Mr. Dawson's employed as a home health care worker. He's a student. He has no history of failing to appear. Again, no prior felony convictions. Pretrial services rated him on the OT scale as 1, 2 on the NC scale. We're seeing an individual who is not a flight risk and should, therefore we ask for a release to pretrial services.
All right, thank you. Just a second. All right, so the court is going to impose a $20,000 cash secured bond, and with a release to pretrial services in the event that you post that bond. I am also ordering that you not possess any firearms or weapons, no alcoholic beverages or illegal drugs. Your next court date is July 6th to 1:30 in the afternoon. That's for a preliminary hearing. Please stay in contact with your attorney at the public defender's office because they can talk with you more about all that and what's happening. And sir, if you do get out of custody, you got to come back to court, because if you do not come back to court, you're going to get a warrant for your arrest. Okay. Have a good day, sir.
It's $20,000?
Cash or secured. Yes, sir.
What does that mean?
Your attorney can talk with you more about that. Basically, cash or secured means that you don't have to pay $20,000 cash for that. It means that there are different ways that you could do it using collateral. So like if you had a car, you could put up the car as collateral. If you had, property, things like that, you can. The best way to go about this is to ask the jail if they can give you some basic information on that, or even better, call a bondsman because they have them and you can contact them from there. Have a good day, sir.
You too.
Mr. Duran? Let's see here, please.
Good morning, sir.
Mornings.
All right, please tell me your name.
Last name Duran, first name Jose Luis.
Thank you very much, sir. This is your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on charges that allege that you possessed dangerous drugs, you possess drug paraphernalia. You are presumed innocent of both those allegations. Anything you say about them could be used against you. You also have the right to remain silent, and you also have the right to be represented by an attorney. And I'm going to appoint the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you, sir. You got an attorney seated to your left. He's going to help you out for this morning's sake. And in order to prepare for this hearing, to review the information in the interim complaint, the information from pretrial and the state's recommendation, which is that I release you to pretrial services instead of steps court hearing. And anyone object to that?
No objection from defense, Your Honor.
All right. And are you willing to waive time on the preliminary hearing, given that he'll be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So that's what I'm going to do. Just a second. So, Mr. Duran, I am going to release you, and it's going to be to the supervision of pretrial services. So please comply with any monitoring or treatment that they ask you to comply with. I'm also going to set what's called a steps court hearing. I'm going to talk with you more about that in a second. But the preliminary hearing date, first of all, that'll be on August 10th. Preliminary hearing August 10th at 1:30 in the afternoon. And then I'm also setting what's called a steps court hearing. That's going to be a week from today. And so steps is a good opportunity, and it looks like you're eligible for it, sir. So you probably will be. I can't promise you, but I don't see any criminal history, so you should be. And what it is it's a way for you to have this entire case dismissed before you ever got indicted, let alone convicted. That's a big deal. Avoiding the felony charges, it's a big deal. The way that you would earn that dismissal, sir, is you would agree to participate in some drug treatment. You would complete the treatment requirement that you agree to do, and you stay in contact with pretrial services as that process plays out. You do all that, the case gets dismissed. You don't get indicted, let alone convicted. You don't need to make a decision on that today, sir, but are you at least interested in learning more about that opportunity?
Absolutely.
All right, very good. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set a steps court hearing 1 week from today. That's on Thursday, July 2nd at 9 o'clock in the morning. So it's important that you come back to Superior Court 1 week from today, and that's going to be at 9 o'clock in the morning. So you can learn more about that steps opportunity. You'll have a chance to speak with an attorney to get your questions answered. And if you want to enter into the program, great. If you don't, that's your right as well. I'm also ordering that you not consume any alcoholic beverages or illegal drugs, possess no firearms or weapons, and that takes care of it, other than to let you know that if you do not come back to future court dates, sir, you're going to get a warrant for your arrest, so it's important that you do that, okay?
Thank you.
You got it, sir. You're excused.
That's
Yes. So. So are you able to say tonight?
Yeah, it was, but you told me not to do that.
So, yes.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning,
Please tell me your name.
Victoria Escobedo.
All right, Ms. Escobedo, this is your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on a charge, a count alleging that you committed aggravated assault, temporary but substantial disfigurement. You are presumed innocent of that allegation. Anything you say about this matter could be used against you, and you do have the right to remain silent. You also have the right to be represented by an attorney. I'm going to appoint the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you. And let's see, in order to prepare for this hearing, I review the information in the interim complaint, the information from pretrial services and the state's recommendation, which is that I release you to pretrial. I am willing to follow that recommendation, counsel. Anyone need to be heard further on that?
No objection from defense, Your Honor.
All right, very good. So, ma'am, I am going to release you to the supervision of pretrial services with certain conditions, and they are that you have no contact at all with the alleged victim, and that you not consume any alcoholic beverages or illegal drugs, possess no firearms or weapons. You willing to do those things, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
All right, very good. So in light of that, I am going to release you. You got to come back to court, though. Next court date is a preliminary hearing on July 15th at 1:30. So just stay in contact with your attorney at the public defender's office. They can talk with you more about that preliminary hearing, what's happening with your case, all that good stuff. But if you don't come back to future court dates, then you're going to get a warrant for your arrest. You could find yourself back at the jail, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have a good day.
Thank you. Thanks.
That's fine.
Mr. Tubbs.
Good morning.
Morning, Your Honor.
And good morning, ma'am.
Good morning,
Just tell me your name.
Lindy Gonzalez.
Gonzalez, this is your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on charges that allege that you possessed a dangerous drug and that you possess drug paraphernalia. You are presumed innocent of both those allegations. Anything you say about them could be used against you. And you do, of course, have the right to remain silent. You also have the right to be represented by an attorney. You have a gentleman seated to your left. And your name, sir?
Christopher Carter, Your Honor.
All right, thank you very much. And have you entered an NOA or do you intend to do that?
No, Your Honor. We don't.
So, well, are you going to be the attorney on this case is what I'm asking, just so that I do this correctly?
No, Your Honor. Mr. Fenchak and myself are just tag teaming this morning. We're both doing initial appearances. I'm going to be the attorney of record.
I'm sorry, I didn't recognize you before. So you work for the PD's office?
Yes, sir.
Got it. Okay, my apologies. You just were not a familiar face. All right, so in any event, now that I've gotten my confusion cleared up, so you do have the right to be represented by an attorney. I'm going to appoint the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you. And the gentleman to your left is going to help you out for today's sake. And in order to prepare for this hearing, I review the information in the interim complaint, the information from pretrial services, and the state's recommendation, which is that I release you to the supervision of pretrial services and set a steps court hearing. Anyone object to that?
No objection from the defense.
All right, very good. And are you willing to waive time on the preliminary hearing date?
We are.
Okay, very good. So, ma'am, I got a couple things to talk with you about. First and foremost is that you are going to be released on this matter. I'm setting your next court date. It's going to be, well, I'm setting two things. I'm setting a preliminary hearing, and that's going to be on August 7th at 1:30 in the afternoon. And also setting what's called a steps court hearing. And so it looks like you might be eligible for a program called STEPS, which is a good opportunity if you are eligible for it, in the sense that it would give you a way to have this entire case dismissed before you ever get indicted, let alone convicted. The way that you would earn that dismissal is by agreeing to participate in some drug treatment, completing that drug treatment requirement, and staying in contact with pretrial services while your case plays out. I don't need a final answer today on whether or not you want to do that. But are you interested in learning more about that opportunity, man?
Yeah.
All right. So we're going to set a steps court hearing. It's going to be 1 week from today. That's going to be on Thursday, July 2nd at 9 o'clock in the morning in Superior Court. So it's important that you come to Superior Court a week from today so that you can learn more about that program. And if you want to enter into it, you can do it then. You'll have a chance to talk to an attorney in greater detail between now and then. Also ordering that you not consume any alcoholic beverages or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons. And the last thing I got to tell you is that you must come back to future court dates, because if you do not do that, a warrant's going to issue for your arrest. All right? Thanks. Have a good day. You're excused.
Thank you.
Mr. Halula?
All right. Good morning to you, sir.
Morning.
Please tell me your name.
Jackie Lula.
Mr. Halula, this is your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on a couple things. I'm seeing you on a new felony charges alleging that you possessed a narcotic drug and that you possessed drug paraphernalia. And I'm also seeing you on a couple matters out of Tucson City Q. Let's see. Committed some new misdemeanor offenses related to multiple counts of assault alleged to be acted in domestic violence, one's count of disorderly conduct, another count of criminal trespass. Actually, 2 counts, excuse me, let me start over. 2 counts of assault, 2 counts of disorderly conduct, 1 count of criminal damage. All 5 of those counts are alleged to be acts of domestic violence. On all of these matters, you're presumed innocent. Anything you say about them could be used against you, and you do have the right to remain silent. You do also have the right to be represented by an attorney. And just a second. So I am appointing the Pima County legal advocate to represent you, sir. And in order to prepare for the hearing, I review the information from pretrial, the information in the interim complaint, the state's recommendation, which is that I release you to pretrial services and set a steps court hearing. Counsel, any objection to that approach?
No, Your Honor.
So that's what I'm going to do, sir. I am going to release you to the supervision of pretrial services, but a couple things I got to talk with you about. So first of all, it looks like you might be eligible for a program called STEPS. And so assuming that you're eligible for it, it's a good opportunity in the sense that it gives you a way to have this entire case dismissed before you get indicted, let alone convicted. The way that you would do that, assuming that you're eligible for the program, is by agreeing to participate in drug treatment and then completing the drug treatment requirement that you're agreeing to do. If you do that, you stay in contact with pretrial services, your case plays out, then the entire case gets dismissed before you ever get indicted, let alone convicted. I don't need a final answer from you today, sir, but are you interested in learning more about that opportunity?
Yes, sir.
All right, very good. So I'm going to set a steps court here, and it's going to be 1 week from today. That's going to be on July 2nd at 9 o'clock in the morning in Superior Court. So it's important that you come back to court, to Superior Court 1 week from today, 9 o'clock in the morning next Thursday, so you can learn more about the steps option if you are eligible for it. And if you are eligible for it, you can talk to an attorney, get your questions answered, and enter into the program if you want. Counsel, also, you waiving time on the PH?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So I'm going to set a preliminary hearing also. That's going to be on August 7th, and that's going to be at 1:30 in the afternoon. And also ordering that you not consume any alcoholic beverages or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons. And that should take care of it other than the city cases. So on those, sir, I am going to, well, just a second, probably going to release you, but let me take a look. Yeah, so if I release you, sir, are you willing to have no contact with Amber Lemieux?
Yes.
All right, so pretrial services tried to reach out to her to see what she thinks about your release from custody, future contact, all that good stuff. They weren't able to get a hold of her. So because they weren't able to get a hold of her, I need to work under the assumption that she opposes any contact with you. So that's what I'm ordering for now. And that remains the case unless and until a different judge in the future says you can have contact. All right.
Okay.
So I am ordering no contact with Amber Lemieux. And that includes not going to her residence, place of work, or the incident location. Do you share the residence with her?
No.
Yeah. All right, so that makes it easier. And I am going to release you on the city court cases as well, so long as you follow those conditions I just told you about. And I'm going to set another hearing. It's going to be in front of Judge Million, and that's going to be on July 28th. And it's going to be at 1:30 in the afternoon. You're going to get paperwork that says all this. But it's important that you come back to that court date in city court because you'll get a warrant if you don't. And also on the city court case, you could actually be taken to trial on that case if you didn't show up to your trial and it was done in your absence. You could lose the ability to appeal your conviction if you couldn't be sentenced within 90 days. Do you understand all that, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. You're excused.
My apologies, Your Honor. Did you say July 28th or July 8th?
July 28th for the next court date in front of Judge Million.
Thank you.
Yep.
Henderson?
Yes. Yeah, I did do it. Coming in, so. All right, good morning.
Morning.
Could you please tell me your name?
Michelle Henderson.
All right, Ms. Henderson, just a second. Yep. This is your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on charges that allege that you possessed a dangerous drug, possessed a narcotic drug, and possessed drug paraphernalia. You're presumed innocent of all these allegations, ma'am. Anything you say about them could be used against you, and you do have the right to remain silent. You also have the right to be represented by an attorney. I'm going to appoint a Pima County legal defender to represent you. And in order to prepare for this hearing, I reviewed the information in the interim complaint, the information from pretrial and the state's recommendation that is that I release you to pretrial services instead of steps court hearing. Also do have another case that I haven't mentioned yet out of Tucson City Court on some misdemeanor charges. And it looks like that's going to be dismissed. So we'll talk about that in a second. But on the felony stuff, I am going to release you to the supervision of pretrial services counsel. I'm assuming you don't oppose that?
No, Your Honor.
All right, very good. And wait time on the PH?
Yes, Your Honor.
That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to release you to the supervision of pretrial services. And I am setting a preliminary hearing that's going to be on August 7th at 1:30 in the afternoon. And it also looks like you might be eligible for a program called STEPS. And so it's a good opportunity. You may have heard it when I've said it to other folks, but assuming that you're eligible for the program, it gives you a way to have this entire case dismissed before you get convicted. Before you get indicted, let alone convicted. The way you would get that case dismissed is by agreeing to participate in a drug treatment program. If you then complete the drug treatment requirement and you stay in contact with pretrial services, your case plays out, then the entire case gets dismissed. I don't need a final answer from you today, but are you interested in learning more about that opportunity, ma'am? All right, very good. So I'm going to set a steps court hearing. It's going to be 1 week from today. That's on Thursday, July 2nd, 9 o'clock in the morning. It's going to be in Pima County Superior Court. It's important that you come back to court a week from today because you can learn more about the steps option, talk to a lawyer, and if you want to enter into it, if you're eligible for it, then you could do it at that time. So come back to court a week from today at 9 o'clock in the morning. Other than that, stay in contact with your attorney at the public defender's office. And no alcoholic beverages, no illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons are additional conditions. Then moving on to the city matter, that matter, as I said quickly a moment ago, is that it's going to be dismissed pursuant to the policy of Tucson City Court reference driving on a suspended license allegation. So I am ordering that the Tucson City Court matter is dismissed pursuant to that motion to dismiss provided by the state. And so the city court case is gone. So that takes care of it. Other than just one last thing, you got to come back to court on the felony because if you don't do that, you're going to get a warrant for your arrest. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome, ma'am. Have a good day.
Mr. Lee.
Good morning, sir. Could you please tell me your name?
Albert Lee.
Mr. Lee, this is your initial appearance. Just a second. Yeah. All right. So, Mr. Lee, this is your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on charges, 3 counts of possession of a narcotic drug for sale, 1 count of possession of a dangerous drug for sale, and then 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia. On all these allegations, you are presumed innocent. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say about these matters could be used against you. You also have the right to be represented by an attorney, and I'm going to appoint the Pima County legal defender to represent you. And in order to prepare for this hearing, I'll review the information from pretrial services, the information in the interim complaint, and the state's recommendation, which is that I hold you on a $10,000 cash secured bond. Mr. Kaler, anything further?
Your Honor, I acknowledge that Mr. Lee does not have any prior felony history, and these are drug-related charges. However, Mr. Lee was in possession of a substantial amount of drugs, over 150 grams of cocaine, sales amounts of methamphetamine and heroin, and additionally, Your Honor, over 200 fentanyl pills. So, Your Honor, for that reason, I think a bond is appropriate.
All right, thank you very much, counsel.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Having reviewed the interim complaint, we understand the serious nature of the allegations and the amount of substance that was alleged to have been found. However, I would highlight for the court Mr. Lee's complete lack of any prior criminal history, as the state mentioned. These are his first felony charges. He's lived here in Tucson for 14 years and has been at the same residence for over a decade. He's got a skill set and experience in facilities management and is employable. And so for these reasons, Your Honor, we would ask the court to consider a lower bond amount that ensures his presence in court, safety of the community. We defer to the court on the amount.
All right, thank you. Just a second. The court is going to impose a $5,500 cash secured bond for you, Mr. Lee. While you are presumed innocent, you don't have the other criminal history. The variety and quantity of drugs alleged here is concerning. So for that reason, and I'm going to impose a bond, although it's not quite as high as was requested. And your next court date is going to be a preliminary hearing, sir. That's going to be on Monday, July 6th, 1:30 in the afternoon. And also ordering that if you do get out of custody, no alcoholic beverages or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons. Again, the legal defender is your attorney. It's important that you stay in contact with them because they can talk with you more about the preliminary hearing date and everything else that could be coming down the pike. And also, it's important that you come back to future court dates, sir, because if you do not do that, a warrant's going to issue for your arrest. You'll find yourself back in custody. One last thing is that if you post that bond, I am going to order that you be supervised by pretrial services. So if you do get out of custody, sir, please comply with any monitoring or treatment that they ask you to comply with. All right? Thank you, sir. Have a good day.
Mr. Loera.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Please tell me your name.
Ryan Loera.
All right, Mr. Loera, this is your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on charges that allege that you committed a drive-by shooting, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, dangerous instrument, and also aggravated assault, serious physical injury, possession of a weapon by a prohibited possessor, and discharging a firearm in the city limits. You are presumed innocent of all these allegations, sir. Anything you say about them could be used against you, and you do have the right to remain silent. You do also have the right to be represented by an attorney, and I'm appointing the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you, sir. And in order to prepare for this hearing or review the information in the interim complaints, the information from pretrial services and the state's recommendation, which is that I hold you on a $100,000 cash secured bond. What is this? Anything further from the state?
Your Honor, this is a significant incident given the injury. The victim was shot in the leg. Additionally, Your Honor, it appears that Mr. Loera was on probation at the time of this offense for another violent offense involving a firearm. So for that reason, Your Honor, I believe the $100,000 bond is appropriate.
All right, thank you very much, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. We do recognize the serious nature of the allegations and the fact that there was some probation involved there. I will just briefly mention, Your Honor, that Ryan's only 23 years old. He's lived here in Tucson his whole life. He has secure housing with his mother. He's employed full-time as a delivery driver. And Your Honor, he's only 2 out of 6 on the FTA scale. So we'd submit Ryan is not a flight risk. So for these reasons, we'd ask the court to consider a lower bond. Again, however, reviewing the interim complaint, the serious nature of the allegations, I would defer to the court on what an appropriate amount is.
Thank you. Just a second, please. All right. So, given the allegations in the as expressed in the interim complaint, the fact that Mr. Loera is on probation for another shooting incident, and the concerns that are raised by those two things, the court is going to impose that $100,000 cash secured bond. And if you post that bond, Mr. Loera, you are going to be supervised by pretrial service. Actually, excuse me. If you post that bond, the court is ordering that you must report the fact that you are out of custody to your probation officer within 48 hours of your release from custody. Don't believe is in place yet, but frankly, you may want to look into before you decide to post the bond, if you have the capacity to do that, is whether or not there's a probation hold in place, because if there is, then save your money, or save whoever's money it is. And so also ordering that you possess no firearms or weapons, no alcoholic beverages or illegal drugs, no contact whatsoever with the alleged victim. Do not go back to the incident location where this is alleged to have occurred. One last thing from me, sir, and then I'm done, is that if you do get out of custody, you have to come back to future court dates, because if you do not do that, sir, a warrant's going to issue for your arrest. All right, thank you. You're excused.
How would I figure out if I have a probation hold? You don't have a probation hold. So how does that work? Like, say I do get bail,
Probation's not going to come get you, but you need to.
Good facility. Morning, Your Honor.
Please tell me.
Why Southern?
Sutherland, this is your initial appearance. You're on a charge that alleged that you committed criminal damage, and to that you are presumed innocent. You do have the right to remain silent, and anything you say about this matter could be used against you. You also have the right to be represented by an attorney, and I'm going to appoint the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you. And in order to prepare for this hearing, I'll review the information from pretrial services, the information in the interim complaint, and the state's recommendation, which is that I release you to pretrial services. Just a second. And I am willing to follow that recommendation, sir, so long as you agree that you will not drive without a valid driver's license and you'll consume no alcoholic beverages or illegal drugs. You willing to do those two things, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, you need to be heard further on any of that?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so I am releasing you, sir. It's going to be the supervision of pretrial services. Your next court date is going to be a preliminary hearing. That's going to be on July 15th at 1:30 in the afternoon. And let's see. Last thing from me is that you got to come back to future court dates, sir, because if you don't do that, you're going to get a warrant for your arrest. All right.
Yes, Your Honor.
Have a good day.
You too.
Good morning, sir. Please tell me your name.
Maurice Wellsmore.
Wellsmore, this is your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on charges that allege that you possessed a weapon while being a prohibited possessor and that you possessed drug paraphernalia. I'm also seeing you on a failure to appear at a Pima County Justice Court, alleging that you failed to appear on a shoplifting case that appears to have happened back on April 9th of 2026. To all these things, sir, you're presumed innocent. Anything you say about him could be used against you, and you do have the right to remain silent. You also have the right to be represented by an attorney. I'm appointing the Pima County Legal Defender's Office to represent you. The gentleman to your left is going to be the attorney for this morning's sake. And in order to prepare for this hearing, I review the information in the interim complaint, the information from pretrial and the state's recommendation, which is on the felony that I hold you on a $10,000 cash secured bond. Mr. Kaler, anything further?
Your Honor, I would note he does have recent failures to appear, and Mr. Wellsmore was just recently completed parole at the end of April. So for those reasons, Your Honor, I think a bond is appropriate given his possession of a firearm.
All right, thank you. And counsel?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Wellsmore has lived here in Tucson for the past 15 years. He's employed full-time as a cook. However, reviewing Mr. Wellsmore's priors, it seems there's some potential substance abuse issues. So we'd ask the court to consider a lower bond, the lowest bond amount necessary to ensure his presence in court and community safety, and which would allow him to pursue counseling and services to address any substance abuse issues and be able to prepare his defense at liberty, Your Honor. We would defer to the court on an amount lower than the $10,000 recommended by the state.
All right, thank you. And so, sir, I am going to hold you on a $5,000 cash secured bond as it relates to the new felony allegation. On one hand, you did, you were forthcoming to police about the fact that you had a firearm in your vehicle, which can be helpful from an officer safety standpoint, so you deserve some credit for that. You're presumed innocent of all this stuff, by the way. On the other hand, as Mr. Kaler notes, you just appear to finish a sentence like less than 2 months ago, so that's concerning. In any event, $5,000 cash secured bond. I'm setting a preliminary hearing that's going to be on July 6th, 1:30 in the afternoon, ordering that you not possess any firearms or weapons, no alcoholic beverages or illegal drugs. And if you do post a bond, sir, you're going to be supervised by pretrial services, so please comply with any monitoring or treatment that they ask you to comply with. So that takes care of the felony. We're going to talk about the misdemeanor real quick, and that is, again, failing to appear in relation to a shoplifting allegation. On that, I am going to order that you are released on the justice court matter. Set the next court date. It's going to be on July 21st, 9 o'clock in the morning. It's going to be in Pima County Justice Court. I'm ordering that you not go back to the incident location where the shoplifting is alleged to have occurred. And one last thing from me, sir, and then you're done, is that you have to come back to future court dates, because if you do not do that, a warrant's going to issue for your arrest. You could find yourself back in custody, okay? All right, thank you, sir. Have a good day. All right, thank you, counsel. Everybody have a good